the silent dreams.
The date is the 21st of November, 1887. I am writing this by lamplight at a table in a house that has not been lived in for some time. Not abandoned, that is not the right word. There is someone here, I will come to that. But the house has been quiet for longer than houses are usually quiet, and the quiet has settled into it the way cold settles into stone, deeply, patiently, not as an absence, but as a presence. The lamp is in the center of the table. I have placed it there rather than to the side, because the room is very dark without it, and I wanted the light to reach further than usual. My name is Edmund Hale. I am a surveyor of railways. I am, tonight, the second person in Wren's Hollow. I left Ashford crossing on the morning of the 19th. But first, there was one more day in the valley, and I want to set it down before the hollow takes over. I had returned from the moor the previous afternoon, the 19th, a Tuesday in good weather, the kind of clean, sharp day that sometimes follows a storm, when the sky has been cleared of everything soft, and what remains is only the pale blue of winter, very high and very cold. The valley looked different in this light than it had in the heavier weather of the previous days. Crisper, every line more definite, the stream visible in long sections from the road, catching the light and holding it. Mrs. Brennan had kept my room. She had said nothing about my returning after a night away, simply handed me the key and told me supper was at 7. I thanked her. She went back to whatever she had been doing. I spent the last afternoon completing the measurements at the south end of the valley, the section I had not been able to finish before going to the moor. The proposed alignment on the eastern limestone shelf required 4 more measurement stations, and I set them carefully, confirming the gradient at each point, noting the condition of the ground. The shelf was everything I had hoped it would be. Solid limestone, well drained, consistently level within the tolerances that the company specification required. The cutting at the southern end, 40 yards, as I had estimated, was clearly visible in the ground itself, a natural notch in the hillside that the line would deepen rather than create. The land, as Forsyth always said, offering the line rather than resisting it. I stood on the shelf in the late afternoon light and felt something I have learned to recognize after 22 years of this work. Confidence. Not certainty. Certainty is a different thing, and this survey had more complications than some. But confidence, the particular feeling of a piece of work that is going the way it should go, that is revealing itself as capable of what was asked of it. I took my final measurements and went back to the inn. At supper that evening, Mrs. Brennan asked me how the survey was going. She did not ask often. She had asked on the second evening when I had been vague and she had not pressed. She had not asked since. Tonight she asked in the passing way of someone who has decided the moment is right, setting down the bread, straightening the candle, not quite looking at me directly. "Well," I said. She paused with the bread plate in her hand. "The valley is good ground," I said. "The alignment is workable. The gorge crossing at the south end will require a viaduct, but the geology is sound." She listened to this, as though translating it from a language she did not quite speak. "Will it go ahead?" she said. "I think so," I said. "The survey will recommend it. The company will decide, and then Parliament. But the survey is, I think it is a good one." She nodded once and went back to the bar. I thought later that evening about what I had said. I think it is a good one. I do not say this easily. I have produced surveys that I was satisfied with and surveys that troubled me and surveys that were, in the end, wrong, not technically wrong, but wrong in some deeper way, some quality of fit between the line and the land that the measurements did not capture, but that revealed itself. Later, in the building, in the way the finished line sat uncomfortably in its landscape. This one did not feel like that. This one felt right, the way a good piece of work feels when you have attended to it carefully and the attending has been sufficient to the task. I sat at the desk, at the crossing bell, for the last time that evening. The lamp, the ledger, the familiar creak of the building around me. I had been in this room for 5 days, and it had become not mine but known. The desk at the slightly wrong angle, the window that faced east, the valley dark beyond it now, the stars visible above the ridge. The sound of the fire downstairs, 3 floors below, dimmer than it had been on the first evening, but still there, still the same fire in the same hearth. I thought about what it means to know a room. Not to own it, I have never owned a room in an inn, and have no desire to. But the knowledge that accumulates over 5 evenings at the same desk, with the same lamp, looking at the same window. The knowledge of where the draught comes from, and which floorboard speaks when you cross it, and how the lamp flame behaves when the wind changes. The small atlas of a room, built up in the body over days, without the mind being specifically involved. I carry a version of this now, for every room I have slept in on this survey. The crossing bell, east-facing, the valley below. The moorland inn, north-facing, the storm. And tomorrow, Wren's Hollow, which I know nothing about yet, except what Thomas said with his particular quality of silence, and what the map shows, and what my imagination has constructed from those 2 insufficient sources. I wrote to Clara that evening. The valley is a good valley, and the survey is a good survey, and tomorrow I go south to Wren's Hollow, which Thomas Birch mentioned with a particular quality of silence that I find I am curious about. I will write to you from there. Until then, sleep well. But before I sealed it, I added a few more lines, which I had not planned when I began. I wrote, "Something I've been thinking about this evening, in the last hours at this desk, the way a survey accumulates, not the measurements, those accumulate in an obvious and intended way, each day's work adding to the last, the picture growing, but the other accumulation, the people, the conversations, the particular quality of each place's quiet. This survey is accumulating in both ways, the ledger is filling, but so is something else, some understanding of what this valley is that I could not have arrived at from the map alone, and that I could not have arrived at faster than I have. Forsyth used to say, a survey takes as long as it takes. He was talking about weather delays and equipment problems, but I think he also meant this. The understanding takes as long as the understanding takes. I think tonight that I am beginning to understand this valley, not completely, but beginning. I sealed the letter and left it for the morning post. Then I went to sleep in the room that had been mine for 5 days, and I slept easily because the work was going well. I left Ashford crossing at 9:30 in the morning of the 21st. The moor road had given me my departure 2 days prior. This road was gentler. The cart I had hired moved at the horse's pace, which was unhurried, the pace of an animal that has done this road before and sees no reason to do it faster than required. I was not in a hurry. The road south from Ashford Crossing runs along the eastern edge of the valley for about 2 miles before turning away from the stream and climbing slightly into the lower hills. It is a good road by local standards, maintained by the parish, Thomas told me, though the parish it now serves is considerably smaller than the one it was built for. The morning was clear, cold but clear, the frost of the night before still on the field walls and the grass of the verges, catching the low November sun and giving it back as something very close to silver. I sat on the cart seat with my hands inside my coat and my breath making small clouds, and I watched the valley go by. I passed the old mill on the right side of the road. I had noted it in the survey, the 1744 date stone, the grade II listing I would recommend, the routing of the line above and clear of it. But I had not stopped and looked at it properly during the main valley survey, always passing it in transit to something else. Today I stopped the cart. The mill is stone, of course it is stone. Everything here is stone, with the remains of a mill race visible on the north side, the channel dry now, filled at the bottom with leaves and silt, and the small plants that colonize any sheltered damp space that is left alone for long enough. The mill wheel itself is gone, only the housing for it remains, a curved stone recess in the building's wall that shows clearly what it once held. The building is used now as a barn, I think, hay visible through the open upper door, the large lower door padlocked, but it is used and maintained, the padlock is good, the roof is sound, the walls are intact. A building dating from 1744, still useful in 1887. 143 years. I sat in the cart and looked at it for a few minutes. 143 years is a different kind of time from the time I usually think about. The survey operates in years, the act, the construction, the opening, the first service, perhaps a decade from first survey to running line. The line itself, if built well, operates for decades, perhaps a century, but 143 years takes you back before the Industrial Revolution that made the railways possible, before the canals, before most of what defines this landscape as I know it. In 1744, there were no trains. There were horses and carts on roads like this one, and mills like this one, and limestone walls running up the hillsides, and the same stream running along the same valley floor. The valley has been absorbing changes for a very long time. This is what I try to remember when the weight of what the survey recommends feels heavy. I drove on. The road passed a farmhouse on the left, the flood-plain farm Martell's. I did not stop, but I looked. The farmhouse is solid and plain and well-maintained. Derbyshire limestone, slate roof, the yard behind it visible through the gate, swept and orderly. Smoke from the chimney. A dog asleep in the yard, briefly raising its head at the sound of the cart, before deciding I was not interesting and settling back. The ordered life of a farm that has been here for 3 generations, and intends to be here for 3 more. I thought the line, if routed along the limestone shelf as I intend to recommend, will be approximately 600 yards from where I am standing, close enough to hear on a still day, far enough that the fields and the yard will be intact, the way they are now, and the dog will sleep in the yard, and the smoke will come from the chimney, and Martell's grandchildren will milk their cattle in fields that are not cut by any railway cutting. Whether Martell will find this sufficient, I do not know. But I have tried to give him as much as the alignment allows. I drove on toward the hollow. It occurs to me, looking at it from the road, how complete the valley is. Complete is the word I keep returning to, and I mean it precisely. Not perfect, perfect is a different thing, a word for things that have been made rather than things that have grown, but complete. The valley contains everything that a valley of this size and type should contain. The stream, the shelf, the farms on the flood plain, the village at the north end, the gorge at the south. The enclosing hills, neither too high nor too low. The field walls laid across the hillsides in patterns that are legible as history. This wall older than that one, this field boundary corresponding to a farm that no longer exists, this lane running to a building that is now a ruin. The valley has been making itself for a very long time. My survey will add to it. A line along the eastern shelf, a viaduct at the gorge, a station at the north end, and possibly another at the south. These things will become part of the valley's account of itself, the same way the mill and the walls and the lane are part of it. I try to hold on to this thought when the other thought, the thought of what it will change, of the quiet Renwick named, presses too hard. The valley will absorb the line. In time. After the climb, the valley opens again, in a way the map had not prepared me for. On the map, Wren's Hollow is simply a cluster of symbols at the end of a road, the squares indicating buildings, the hatching indicating higher ground behind, the thin blue thread of a stream nearby, the usual marks of a settlement. What the map does not convey is the quality of the enclosure. The hollow, as the name suggests, sits in a natural depression, not dramatic, not steep-sided but definite. The road descends into it gently, and as you descend, the surrounding hills rise slightly on all sides, and the sense of being held, of arriving somewhere contained and deliberate, grows. And then the buildings. 7 buildings. I counted them as the cart came over the final rise, and the hollow revealed itself. 7 buildings, arranged loosely along either side of a lane that no longer connects to anything beyond the hollow itself. The southern end of the lane, I would discover later, trails off into a field track that ends at a gate and does not continue. Of the 7 buildings, 3 are intact, roofs on, windows present, doors in place. Of these 3, 2 appear unoccupied, no smoke, shutters closed, the particular settled stillness of buildings that have been secured against weather rather than lived in. And 1, the largest of the 3, at the far end of the lane on the right side, has smoke coming from its chimney. A single thin column of smoke, rising straight in the still air. The other 4 buildings are in various stages of return. Not collapsed, the limestone here is too good for that, and the buildings were too well made. But roofless in 1 case, windowless in 2, and in the last case simply open to the sky at one end, where the gable wall has leaned outward over years and been allowed to find its own angle. I stopped the cart at the top of the lane. The horse regarded the village with no visible opinion. I sat for a moment and looked at it. I have been to many places in the course of this work. I have surveyed through industrial towns where the sky is not visible for the smoke, and through prosperous market towns full of new buildings and busy streets, and through working villages that are doing well and through working villages that are doing less well. I have surveyed, once, through the aftermath of a flood, when an entire district of a northern town had been emptied of its people for 6 weeks. I had not been, before today, to a place that had simply, quietly, let most of itself go. There are different kinds of emptiness in a landscape. There is the emptiness of moorland, the emptiness of a place that was never densely inhabited, that has always been open and spare, and whose emptiness is its nature rather than its history. The moor above this valley is empty in that way. It has always been empty. The emptiness is not a loss. There is the emptiness of fields, the emptiness of a worked landscape in the season when the work is done, the harvested fields lying quiet, waiting for the next season. This emptiness is temporary. It is part of a cycle. And there is the emptiness of a place that used to be full and is not anymore. This is the kind of emptiness in Wren's hollow. It is not the absence of something that was never here. It is the presence of the absence of something that was. The difference is felt before it is understood. I felt it as I sat at the top of the lane and looked at the 7 buildings. Something in the arrangement of them, the spacing, the way the shuttered windows faced the lane, the particular quality of stillness, communicated, we have been through something. Something is missing here that used to be here. And the hollow holds that lost the way a bowl holds water, containing it, giving it shape, keeping it present without drama or announcement. I drove the cart down the lane at a walk. The sound of the wheels on the unmaintained surface was loud in the silence. Too loud, it seemed to me, the disproportionate loudness of a sound in a place where sound has become unusual. The crow, startled from somewhere in the gable of the roofless building, lifted and crossed overhead with the peculiar noise crows make when they have decided something is not worth staying for. I watched it go. Crows are among English birds, the ones most associated in my mind with empty places. Not because they prefer emptiness, they are adaptable, opportunistic birds that will inhabit almost any landscape, but because they are most visible in empty places where there is nothing else to draw the eye. In a busy town, you do not notice the crows. In a hollow where most of the houses are shuttered and the lane is growing grass between the wheel ruts, you notice the crow. It vanished over the roofline of the intact house at the end of the lane. I stopped the cart in front of the house with the smoke. Before I had dismounted, the door opened. She was perhaps 70, perhaps older. She was small, not frail small, but the compacted small of a person who has been working physically all their life and has become dense and deliberate in their movements. White hair, pulled back simply, a dark dress that had been mended at the collar with thread that was close in color but not identical. She stood in the doorway with the composure of a woman who had had some time to compose herself. She would have heard the cart. She looked at me steadily. "Mr. Hale," she said. I had written ahead, as I always do, but I had been less certain with Wren's Hollow that the letter would be received and answered. It had been received. She had replied 3 lines in a handwriting that was plain and precise. "I will be here. There is a room in the house next door which I keep. You are welcome to it." "Mrs. Alderton," I said, "thank you for having me." She looked at the cart and at the survey bag and at my coat. "You'll want to settle the horse," she said. "There's a barn at the back." The barn was stone, like everything else in the hollow, and it was in better condition than I had expected. She used it, I gathered, for the 2 sheep she keeps. She keeps 2 sheep because she has always kept sheep, and she will continue to keep sheep as long as she is able, and that is not a subject that requires further discussion. I settled the horse with hay and water that she had prepared without being asked. In the unhurried way, she seemed to prepare everything. The room she had spoken of was in the building immediately adjacent to her own, the middle house of the 3 intact ones. She had a key to it, and she let me in and lit the lamp, and I stood in the room and looked at it. It was a room that had been kept without being inhabited. Not a guest room exactly, it was clearly someone's former room, still furnished with the furniture of whoever had last lived there. A wooden bed with a mattress that had been aired recently but was still slightly cold, a chest of drawers with nothing in it, a small table by the window that had once been a child's desk, to judge by the height of it, a rag rug on the stone floor, faded to grey-blue from something that had once been more colourful. On the windowsill, a small blue jug, empty. I stood in the room for a while before setting down the bag. I do this in every new room on a survey, stand in the centre of it, or near it, and give it a moment before beginning the business of unpacking. Forsyth's habit, originally, which became mine. The room is the room before you arrive in it, and it continues to be that room after you leave, and there is a respect owed to that continuity. This room had been someone's room. Not recently, the chest of drawers was empty, the walls bare, the particular quality of a room that is maintained but not lived in, settled into every surface. But once, someone's room, perhaps the child whose desk this was, the desk whose height was set for a smaller person. A child who grew up in this hollow when the hollow was full, when there were 40 families and a working mine and a school with children in it. That child is somewhere else now. Grown, probably. A man or woman in their 30s or 40s, living in a town or a city or another valley, carrying this hollow in their memory in the way we carry the rooms of our childhood, with a fidelity that is independent of whether we ever return to them. The room is still the room they left. She has kept it so. I sat the survey bag against the wall. I hung my coat on the hook behind the door. I stood at the window and looked out at the lane. The lane of Wren's Hollow, seen from this window at this angle in the late November light. 3 rooflines visible, a section of wall, the corner of the roofless building, its exposed interior catching the sky, and above all of it, the surrounding hills, close and quiet, holding the hollow in. The hills around Wren's Hollow are not dramatic. They do not loom or press. They simply define a rim around the hollow, higher than it on all sides, creating the sense of enclosure without creating the sense of confinement. The difference between a hollow and a trap is subtle, and this is a hollow. It holds rather than imprisons. There is, I think, a comfort in being held. I returned to the blue jug. I had been looking at it since I entered, peripheral attention, the kind of attention you give to something that does not demand focus, but keeps returning to it anyway. A small blue jug on a windowsill in an otherwise empty room. Not valuable, not decorative in any elaborate sense, simply there and blue and clearly present for a reason. I have thought of a number of reasons. The most obvious, it was left by whoever last lived in this room, and Mrs. Alderton either did not notice it or decided not to remove it, and so it has remained where it was placed, possibly years ago, possibly the last time this room was occupied, sitting on the sill in all the weathers of those years. The second, she noticed it and considered removing it, and decided not to. Decided actively that the jug should stay, that whatever it was there for, a flower, water, some domestic purpose, should be honored by its continued presence, even empty, even without purpose. The third, she placed it herself. After the room was emptied, she brought the jug from somewhere and set it on the sill, because a room with something on its sill is more a room than a room without. I do not know which of these is true. I am unlikely to ask. But the jug, in any of these versions of its presence, is an act of care. And care in this hollow is the thing that Mrs. Alderton does in place of what most people do, fill a place with life. She cannot fill it with life. There is only one life here, hers, but she fills it with care. And care, I am beginning to understand, is a form of life. It is what keeps the hollow at its level. The jug blew on the sill. The hollow held. Mrs. Alderton knocked on the open door. "There'll be soup at 6, she said, "if you come across." "Thank you," I said. "I'll work until then." She nodded. She looked at the room, not at me, at the room, with the brief, private expression of someone checking something. Then she went. I heard her footsteps on the lane, her door opening and closing. Then nothing. The hollow was quiet. I sat at the small table by the window and opened the ledger. I did not immediately write. I sat with it open and listened to the quiet of Wren's hollow, which was a different quiet from the quiet of Ashford crossing and a different quiet again from the post-storm quiet of the moor. Ashford crossing's quiet was the quiet of a place at rest, a place that had paused briefly in its own busyness. The moor's quiet was the quiet of openness, of a landscape that had simply more space than sound could fill. Both were, in their different ways, the quiet of places that were fully themselves. Wren's hollow's quiet was the quiet of subtraction. Something had been here and was not here now, and the quiet that remained was shaped by what was missing. Like the quiet of a room after a conversation has ended, not empty, but aware of itself in a way that an always empty room is not. I sat with it. I tried to learn its shape. I walked the hollow before the light went. It does not take long to walk. The lane from end to end is perhaps 100 yards, and the buildings are all within easy sight of each other. But I walked it slowly, the way I walk any ground I am trying to understand, stopping at intervals to look and to listen and to note. The 3 intact buildings, Mrs. Alderton's house, the room she has given me, and a third at the north end of the lane that was, I would later learn, the former schoolhouse. It had been a school until 12 years ago, when the last teacher left and there were no longer enough children to justify keeping it open. It is locked now, its windows shuttered, but the lock is a good one and the shutters are sound, and the building itself is in good condition. Mrs. Alderton had maintained it. She had not said so, but the evidence was in the pointing of the mortar and the cleared gutters and the door handle that moved smoothly when I tested it without opening it. I stopped at the schoolhouse for some time. The name above the door was still legible, carved in limestone, deeper than painted signs, weathered but readable. Wren's Hollow National School, established 1851, 36 years ago. There would have been children here in 1851, the hollow at its height, the mine working, 40 families, perhaps 20 or 30 children between them. The mine closed 15 years ago. The school closed 3 years after that. The children went with their families to wherever the families went. The building remained. I stopped at each of the other buildings and attended to them separately. The first was a small cottage immediately south of the schoolhouse, its wooden door warped in the frame, held shut by a stone propped at the base. The window still had its glass, both panes intact, though one was cracked with the clean diagonal of old damage. Inside, visible through the dirty glass, a chair. Just a chair in the middle of an empty room, as though someone had sat down and then left, and the chair had been too unimportant to take. I stood at the window for a while. There is something about a single piece of furniture in an empty room that is more arresting than an entirely empty room would be. The empty room says, nothing. The room with the chair says, someone who had this chair, who sat in it, who looked at whatever they looked at from it, and who left it when they left. The chair in the window is still there. The person is not. The second building was larger, originally a farmhouse of some significance, with the remains of outbuildings attached to the east end. The farmhouse itself was open at the gable end, where a lane had progressed past the point of stability. The interior was visible from the lane as I passed. Earth floor, a rusted iron hook still embedded in the ceiling beam, a patch of old wallpaper on the remaining internal wall, a dark green pattern, much faded, geometric, the kind fashionable 40 years ago. Someone had papered this room, chosen this pattern, applied it, lived with it. The room is open to the sky now, and the wallpaper is fading further with each season of rain. In 10 years, it will be gone. But today it is there, and I have seen it, and I have written it down. The third was the smallest, a single-roomed labourer's dwelling, its roof partially collapsed inward, the timbers visible through the hole itself beginning to be reclaimed by moss, and a small plant that had found the ledge of a remaining rafter. The door was open, not warped, not hanging, simply open. Someone had left it so, and it had been left. I stood at the door and looked in. On the floor, a cracked pot, grey with age. A length of rope, still coiled, placed deliberately, a hook on the wall with nothing on it. The rope and the pot and the hook, the last possessions of this room, after everything worth taking had been taken. I thought about who would take a rope but leave the pot, or take everything but leave the pot and the rope. These are the calculations of departure, what you can carry, what you leave, what you judge to be worth the effort, and what you judge replaceable. People leaving a place make these calculations rapidly under the pressure of the leaving, and the things left behind are not necessarily the things valued least. Sometimes they are the things too associated with the place to take, the things that would carry the loss too visibly. I do not know which of these is true here, but I note it below the ruled line where the things that cannot be measured go. It had been, I thought, a larger farmhouse. The proportions of the walls were generous, and the remains of what might have been a second chimney stack rose from the gable end that still stood. The interior was open to the sky, and in the interior, grass, not weeds, not rubble, grass, short and green, growing from the packed earth floor as though the building had simply become a small walled field. I stood at the doorless entrance for a while. There was a quality to the interior that I was not entirely prepared for. Not sadness, I have been in sad places, and this was not sad in the way I understand sad to be, something more neutral than that, a quality of completion. The building had been what it was, a farmhouse, a home, a place where a family lived and worked, and now it was this, a small enclosure open to the sky with grass on the floor and a crow's old nest in the angle of the remaining walls. Both of these things were true, and neither cancelled the other. A robin appeared on the top of the interior wall, regarded me with the bright attention robins give to anything that might disturb the ground and reveal something worth eating, then departed. I made notes. Wren's Hollow, 7 buildings, as described on the OS map. The map does not indicate which are occupied. 1 occupied Mrs. A, 2 habitable but empty, 4 in various degrees of return to the landscape. The 4th category is not disrepair. These buildings are not falling down in any dramatic sense. They are simply declining slowly, back into the stone from which they were made. It will take a very long time. The schoolhouse. This is the thing I keep returning to, that she maintains the schoolhouse, that she has kept it in order for 12 years since it stopped being a school. I do not know what this means. I do not think I should ask her. The hollow sits in a natural depression, approximately 40 feet below the surrounding ridge level. Limestone throughout, same bedrock as the main valley, somewhat more exposed. No drainage issues visible. Access road, usable but unmaintained for approximately 1 mile south of the junction with the main valley road. Survey of land for report purposes can be completed tomorrow morning. I looked at the survey notes, and then at the notes below the ruled line, and for a moment I was aware of the difference between them in a way I am not always aware of. The survey notes describe a place that can be measured and assessed and included in a report. The other notes describe a place that cannot. The hollow is in both of them, but they are not the same place, though they occupy the same ground. This is, I think, always true of the places I survey. The surveyable place and the actual place are not the same. The actual place is larger. The measurements are necessary, but they are not sufficient. Forsyth knew this. He used to say, the ledger is half the survey. He meant the official ledger, but he also, I believe, meant the other one. I wrote one more thing in the notebook, below the survey notes. The mine. A lead mine closes for one of two reasons. The ore runs out, or the cost of extraction exceeds the value of the ore. In either case, the calculation is simply financial. The mine is not cost-effective, and so the mine closes. And the village that existed, because of the mine, loses its reason. And the families go. The hollow does not close, it simply empties. This is the asymmetry of extraction. The mine takes what it needs from the ground and leaves. The community that grew up around it has nowhere specific to go, no ore waiting wherever they move to, no guarantee that the next place will hold. Mrs. Alderton stayed. Her husband surveyed roads, not mining work, not dependent on the mine's operation. When the others left, they stayed because the hollow was theirs in a different way, not because of what it produced, but because of what it was. The people who left had a relationship to the hollow mediated by the mine. The hollow gave them work, and when the work ended, their reason ended. Her relationship to the hollow is not mediated by anything. It is simply the place. It is simply where they were. That is the kind of relationship that survives the removal of the reason. I walked back to the room as the light began to go. The lamp I had left burning cast its amber square onto the lane from the low window. I could see it from 20 yards, a warm mark in the grey of the afternoon, the only lit window in Wren's hollow, except for the one in Mrs. Alderton's kitchen, where another light was burning. 2 lit windows. I stopped in the lane and looked at them. 2 windows in 7 buildings. 2 lamps in a hollow that used to hold 40 people and their fires and their lights and all the sounds of them. I stood there for a moment, in the quiet, in the cold. Then I went inside. Her kitchen is the front room of her house. Not a parlor that has become a kitchen, it was always a kitchen, from the evidence of the range against the back wall and the hook above the fireplace and the stone sink with its hand pump. It is a room that has been used, hard and constantly, for a very long time, and it looks like it, clean and plain and worn to a smoothness that only use creates. A table in the center, 2 chairs. The table was set for 2, not formally, not with any ceremony, but correctly. A bowl at each place, spoons, bread on a board between. I sat in the chair that was clearly not hers, and she served the soup from the pot on the range. Carrot and lentil, this time, with some herb I did not recognize. She sat down without ceremony, and we ate. She did not make conversation. I am, as I have said, not by nature a conversational person. I have learned to perform conversation when required, at company dinners, in meetings with landowners, at the tables of inns where sociability is expected. But my preference is for the kind of company that does not require constant maintenance. Mrs. Alderton's company required no maintenance whatsoever. We ate the soup, we ate the bread. She refilled my bowl without asking. I thanked her. She nodded. We ate. Outside, the hollow was completely quiet. No wind tonight. The air had stilled since afternoon, and the cold that comes with still clear air had settled in, and the hollow sat at the bottom of its own small geography and held it. I noticed, as I ate, the details of her kitchen. The range was old, a large iron range of the kind made 40 or 50 years ago, designed to burn coal or wood, with 2 ovens and a flat top on which several things could be cooked at once. It was kept in good condition, the iron blacked, the grates clear. On the shelf above the range, a row of jars, labelled in the same plain, precise hand as her letter to me. Salt, barley, lentils, oats, dried herbs in bundles beside them. On the wall opposite the range, a calendar, not the current year, the previous one, or perhaps the one before that. She had not turned it, or had not noticed, or had noticed and decided that the month displayed was suitable regardless of the year, which was November, and November was November. On the table where we ate, a crack in the wood, very old, running diagonally across one corner, that had been filled at some point with something that had set hard and darkened over time, so that the crack was visible but stable. The table had been repaired and continued. It was still in use. After supper, she made tea. She did this with the economy of someone who has made tea alone every evening for a long time and has refined the process to its essential elements. Kettle on the range, pot warmed, tea measured, water poured, pot set to the side to draw. Then she sat back down and looked at me. "You're surveying the line," she said. "Yes," I said. "It won't come here," she said, not a question, a statement of something she had already decided. "Probably not," I said. "The alignment runs through the main valley. A branch to the hollow would not be cost-effective, given the population." The word, the moment I said it, felt wrong, given the population. She looked at me steadily. If she noticed the clumsiness of it, she gave no sign. "No," she said, "I didn't think it would." There was a silence. Into it, very quietly, she said, "My husband surveyed roads." I looked up. "Not railways," she said, "roads, for the county. He worked for 40 years. She wrapped her hands around her cup. "He used to say the same thing you just said, not cost-effective. He'd come home and say it about some village that wasn't going to get the new road, some place the county had decided wasn't worth the money." She paused. "He didn't like saying it," she said. "He said it anyway because it was true, but he didn't like it." I did not know what to say to this. She did not seem to require a response. She drank her tea. After a moment she said, "He died in 78, 9 years ago this winter." "I'm sorry," I said. She nodded once. "He liked this place," she said. "That's why I stayed." She said this simply, without sentimentality, in the tone of a person stating a fact that explains something without requiring it to be explained further. I have been trying to understand Wren's Hollow since I arrived this afternoon, and in that one sentence she explained it. She stayed because he liked it. And because he liked it, and she stayed, the schoolhouse is maintained, and the lane is passable, and the 2 intact empty buildings are secured against the weather, and the hollow has not quite let go of what it was. We sat for a while after she said it. I did not press, she did not elaborate. The sentence stood in the air of the kitchen, the way sentences sometimes stand when they are complete, when everything that needs to be said has been said, and adding to it would only diminish it. The range ticked. The tea cooled slightly in the cups. Then she said, very quietly and almost to herself, He used to say the Hollow was the best survey he ever did. I looked at her. Not for the county, she said. He surveyed it on his own account, just walked it, made notes. He liked to understand places. She looked at her cup. He had a notebook for it, his own, not the county's. He kept it on the shelf there. She indicated a small shelf beside the range, empty now except for a tin of matches and a stub of candle. I moved it when he died. It's in the chest upstairs. I don't read it, but I kept it. I thought about this. A surveyor who surveyed places for himself, on his own account, out of something that could only be called love, for the practice of understanding a place. The same impulse that makes me write below the ruled line. The same impulse that Forsyth had when he drew the light and the man at the gate. We are all of us making the same record, in different notebooks. I understand that, I said. She looked at me for a moment, and something in her expression shifted, not softening exactly, but recognizing, as though she had wondered whether I would understand, and was now satisfied that I did. I know, she said. And that was all she needed to say. I wanted to write this in the ledger immediately. I could feel the shape of it clearly, the way something becomes clear sometimes in conversation and must be captured before it changes. But I did not take out the ledger at her table. That would have been wrong. I held it carefully in my mind while we finished the tea. She refilled the cups without asking. We drank the second cup in the same silence as the first, not an uncomfortable silence, a silence that both of us were able to inhabit without strain. I found myself wondering about her husband. What kind of man surveys roads for 40 years and likes a hollow that most people have left, and is liked for that liking by the woman who stayed? Not a sentimental man, I thought. She was not a sentimental woman, and she had chosen him. Practical, probably. Precise, from the evidence of his work. With a feeling for places that was not romantic but was real, that understood place as a thing worth attending to, not just a location. He would have understood the ledger below the ruled line. I thought I would have liked him. I thanked her for the supper and said good night, and crossed the lane to my room and wrote it all down before the shape of it changed. I wrote for a long time. Not the survey notes, those I had done in the afternoon, the other kind. He liked this place, that's why I stayed. I have been trying to understand what keeps a person in a hollow that most people have left, and I was making it too complicated. I was thinking about attachment, and about practicality, and about stubbornness, and about the various reasons a person of 70 might have for not undertaking the difficulty of going. I was thinking about it the way I think about terrain, as a problem with variables. It is not a problem, it is a fact of love. He liked this place, she is still in it. These things are the same thing. I do not think the survey has anything to say about this. I do not think the line has anything to say about it. There are things the line cannot touch, and this, whatever this is, this quality of remaining in a place because someone you loved was in it, is one of them. I stopped writing and looked at what I had written. I do not usually write things like this in the ledger. The ledger is for the survey. But below the ruled line, there is no rule about what may be written, and I have been writing below the ruled line for 22 years, and some of those things are things I would not write anywhere else. I put down the pen. I sat back in the chair and looked at the lamp. The lamp on the center of the table, as I had placed it, further from the window than a lamp usually sits, because I had wanted the light to reach the corners. The corners of the room were lit, but softly, they held the amber light without quite surrendering the shadow. On the walls, nothing. No pictures, no calendar, nothing pinned or hung. The previous occupant, whoever they were, the person this was before it became the room she keeps, had taken everything or never had anything, and the walls were simply plastered and whitewashed, slightly yellowed now, the way whitewash goes. The blue jug on the windowsill was the only object in the room that was not purely functional. I had been looking at it intermittently all afternoon and evening. A blue jug. Not decorated, no pattern, no painted flowers, nothing applied to it. Simply blue, the deep blue of something glazed at a certain temperature, with the slight variation in the color that means it was done by hand and not by machine. A good jug. Not expensive, not cheap, the kind of jug that was bought because a jug was needed, and this one was available and was of sufficient quality to last. It had lasted. Whoever had left it here had either forgotten it or decided it should remain. Mrs. Alderton had not removed it in the 12 years since the room was last lived in. She had kept the room clean and aired and usable, and the blue jug had remained on the windowsill throughout. I found this, I am searching for the right word, careful, not sad, careful, as though the jug deserved its place and its continuity, and she had decided to give it that, without making anything of it. I thought of the calendar in her kitchen with the wrong year. The table with the repaired crack. The schoolhouse maintained. The 2 empty houses secured. All of these things the same impulse. To keep, to hold at its level, to give the hollow the continuity it deserves while it is still possible to give it. She is not preserving the hollow. She is not trying to make it what it was. She is simply allowing it to continue being what it has become for as long as she can continue allowing it. This seems to me an act of considerable quiet dignity. I thought of Clara. Not for any particular reason, or perhaps for the particular reason that she is 19 years old, and does not yet know what she will one day leave behind in the rooms she passes through, and what will remain after her in those rooms, and what that remaining will mean to someone. I thought of the things she leaves in the rooms of Margaret's house when she comes to visit and then goes back. A book left half-read on the table, a shawl draped over the chair she always sits in, the particular arrangement of things on the desk in her room that is not my sister's room anymore in any practical sense, though it was for 30 years before Clara came. The arrangement of a person. How it persists. How we are all, in some small way, the custodians of the arrangements left by the people we love. I rose from the table and stood at the window. The lane of Wren's Hollow at night is unlike any lane I have stood at a window and looked at before. Because it is dark. Not dark the way a lane is dark when the lamps have been turned down for the night, still legible, still present, still the lane. But dark the way a place is dark when there are no lamps and have not been for some years, and the darkness has become, again, the ordinary condition of the place after sunset. My lamp and Mrs. Alderton's lamp were the only light in the hollow. 2 amber windows facing each other across a lane that was otherwise entirely dark. The hills above the hollow caught some of the sky's dim light, enough to see their shape against the stars. The stars were clear tonight, as they had been at Ashford crossing, the cold northern sky without cloud, the stars very numerous and very still. I looked at them for a while. I have been looking at stars from in windows for 22 years. In that time I have not become accustomed to them, by which I mean I have not reached the point where the stars fail to require a moment of attention. Some things do that, become simply part of the background, noted but not attended to. The stars have never done that for me. I think it is because they are not in the background, they are in the foreground, they are simply very far away. I stood at the window and looked at them and thought about Anne. This has happened, I have noticed, at each of the 3 places on this survey. The first night at Ashford crossing, the night of the storm at the inn, and now here, in this hollow, at this window, looking at the stars above the empty hillside. In each place, I have thought of her. I have been doing this work since 1865. In all those years, in all those places, I think of her regularly, the way you think of the dead when you are alone, which is to say, briefly, completely, and without the ability to choose the moment. But on this survey, it has happened more consistently than usual. I think this is because of the nature of the survey. Every survey is, in some sense, a survey of change, of a place before change arrives. And change is the territory of grief, which is the experience of change arriving without permission, without preparation, without the possibility of surveying the ground in advance. I surveyed the valley. I could not survey Anne's death. It arrived when I was away, as change always does when we have not been paying attention to the right things, and by the time I reached it, it was done. I have been paying attention ever since. To the places, to the people in them, to the ledger below the ruled line, to the things that will be different and the things that will remain. I do not know if this is grief. I think it is simply attention. But I think also that grief teaches you to attend. It taught me to not look away from the things that are present and temporary, the light on the hawthorn at dusk, the specific quality of a November morning after frost, the way a person's face looks when they are telling you something that matters to them. These things are present, and then they are not. The survey is the discipline of attending before the not yet. Before the line comes, before the change. Now, while it is still this. I turned from the window. I did not want to go to bed, not because I was not tired. I was tired, a good honest tired from the day's walking and the concentrated attention of the evening. But the hollow had a quality I did not want to leave yet. The quality of its quiet, which I was only now beginning to fully hear. Not the absence of sound, the presence of something that had been here longer than the sounds that were missing. The hollow had a sound before there were 40 families in it, and it will have that sound after Mrs. Alderton is gone, and it has that sound now, the sound of limestone in a valley and cold air, and the distant hills holding everything in. I sat back down at the table. I opened the ledger. I wrote for another hour. I wrote everything I have been writing here, about the blue jug and the schoolhouse and Mrs. Alderton's husband's notebook and the garden, and what it means to keep a place that someone loved. I wrote it until the lamp began to dim, and I refilled it and wrote until I had written everything that needed to be written about this hollow on this night. Then I closed the ledger, set the pen in its holder, and sat for a moment more in the quiet. The hollow around me. The lamp between us. The night still deep. All is well. I slept earlier than I expected. The tiredness that I had managed through the evening overtook me without warning, as tiredness sometimes does when you have been attending carefully to something and then stop attending. I was at the table, the pen in my hand, the ledger open, and then, not gradually, not with the usual slow descent, I was simply done for the day. I put down the pen, turned down the lamp, got into the bed that was slightly cold and then was warm, and slept. In the deep night I woke. I do not know what woke me. There had been no sound, or rather, the sound that woke me was the sound of the hollow, which is to say, nothing. A nothing so complete that it pressed against the edges of sleep and woke me from within it. I lay still and listened. The hollow was entirely, absolutely quiet. Not the quiet of the moor, which had openness in it, the sense of distance and space. Not the quiet of Ashford crossing, which had the village wrapped around it. This was the quiet of a small, enclosed place in the middle of the night, with no one awake in it but me, and the hills close on all sides, and the sky above clear and cold and indifferent. I lay and listened to it for a long time. The body, when it is truly at rest, in a truly quiet place, does its own attending, the heartbeat, the breath, the small sounds the chest makes that you cannot hear at any other time because they are always covered by the sounds of the world. Here they were audible, not alarming, simply present, the body sounding itself. I breathed slowly. In and out. The hollow was dark, darker than any room I have slept in on this survey. The curtain in this room does not close fully at the left side, but there was no light from outside to matter. The stars had moved past the angle of the window, and the lane was entirely unlit. Dark and quiet, and cold and still. I thought about what Mrs. Alderton had said at supper. He liked this place, that's why I stayed. I thought about whether I have a place like that. Not a question I have asked myself before, or not in those terms. I have places, London, which is where I live, where Clara is, where the office is, where the practical continuity of my life is maintained. And I have the places I have been, the 60 or so towns and villages I have surveyed in 22 years, each of which has a section in the ledger and a place in the memory. But a place I would stay in, if there were no other reason to stay. Anne liked the garden at the house in London. Not a large garden, a terraced house in Hammersmith has a particular kind of garden, long and narrow, and bordered on both sides by the other gardens, all of them versions of each other. She had made ours different. Flowers I cannot now name, but whose colours I remember, deep red and pale yellow, and the particular blue-purple that comes at the end of summer. A small apple tree that was already there when we moved in, and that she refused to remove despite the fact that it never produced more than a dozen apples in any year, and those generally small and sour. She had liked the garden. After she died, I let it go, not from neglect, from the opposite of neglect, from a kind of respect, I think, or something that felt like respect, but may have been simply the inability to touch it. Clara tends it now when she is at home. She has her mother's feeling for it. She knows the names of the flowers, which I do not. I thought the garden is the closest I have to Mrs. Alderton's hollow. Not because I do not use it, I do, occasionally, in the summer months, a chair in the shade of the apple tree, a book, an hour. But because I have kept it in the way that Mrs. Alderton keeps the schoolhouse, not to restore it to what it was, but to allow it to continue being what it has become. It is Anne's garden. I keep it because she liked it. I did not understand this, about the garden, until Mrs. Alderton said what she said at supper. There are things grief teaches. I do not think of myself as a man defined by grief. I have been a widower for 11 years, and the years have not been empty or unhappy. I have done good work. I have watched Clara become herself. I have been, on the whole, a person engaged with the world. But grief teaches, over its long duration, things that you do not know you have learned until something makes them visible. Mrs. Alderton made visible tonight what grief has taught me about the relationship between love and place. Love attaches to places, not only to people, to the places where people were, the kitchen where someone cooked, the garden they tended, the hollow they liked. When the person is gone, the place remains. And in the place, if you attend to it, if you keep it and tend it, and do not let it be entirely reclaimed by what comes after, in the place, some quality of the love persists. Not the person, not the grief, the love. This is worth understanding. I am 44 years old, and I am understanding it, tonight, in a room in a hollow in Derbyshire, because a woman of 70 made soup and said 5 words over tea. He liked this place, that's why I stayed. I thought of what it would mean to Clara, this understanding. She is 19, she has lost her mother, she was 8 when Anne died, old enough to know the loss clearly, young enough that the years since have shaped her as much as the loss itself. She has grown up in the garden. She knows the names of the flowers that I do not know. She tends the apple tree with the same patient acceptance of its small, sour output that Anne always had. She keeps the garden too. She does not know, I think, that she is doing the same thing as Mrs. Alderton. She tends the garden because she loves it, or because she loves being in it, which is close to the same thing. She does not frame it as keeping her mother present. But that is what it is. I will tell her about Mrs. Alderton when I get home. Not tonight, the letter is already sealed and posted, but when I am home. I will sit with her in the garden, if the weather allows, and I will tell her about the hollow and the schoolhouse and the blue jug and the woman who said, "He liked this place, that's why I stayed." And Clara will understand, because she always understands the important things even when they are not said plainly. She will know what it means about the garden. She will know what it means about us. I fell back to sleep before I could complete the thought. When I woke next, it was early morning, not yet fully light, but the darkness had the quality of something preparing to change. The stars were gone, or most of them. The eastern sky was beginning to lighten, very faintly, in the way it does before sunrise, when the light has not yet arrived, but has sent word ahead. I lay for a moment and took stock. Warm, rested, more or less, dry. The hollow outside was quiet enough now to be called quiet, the same quiet as before, but the quality of it slightly changed. The night quiet becoming the before-dawn quiet, the transition so gradual that you could not say when one became the other. I reached for my watch. 5:30. I lay for another few minutes without moving. This is a habit I have developed over years of waking in unfamiliar rooms, remaining still in the bed before rising, not from reluctance, from the understanding that the first few minutes of awareness in a new place have a quality that movement destroys. You are present in the room without yet being in motion through it, and in that stillness, you can hear it more clearly than you can when you are dressing or washing or attending to the morning's practical requirements. The hollow, in those few minutes before I rose, was entirely still. No wind, no bird, the birds had not yet begun, no sound from Mrs. Alderton's house. Only the hollow itself, the contained quiet of a small depression in limestone country in the hour before dawn, with the frost on everything and the sky not yet decided about the day. I lay in it. I thought about the survey. Not the technical aspects, those were clear, had been clear since the second day in the main valley. I thought about the thing the survey had been beyond its technical aspects, the places, the people, the accumulation. Forsyth used to say, "You will not know what a survey was until you are 2 surveys past it. The meaning of it takes time to settle. While you are in it, you are too close. You see the measurements and the gradients and the alignment problem and the notes in the margins. You do not yet see the thing as a whole." I think he was right, and I think this survey may be an exception. I think I can see, even from inside it, what this survey is. It is a survey of a valley before it changes. More than that, it is a record of the people who are in the valley before it changes. Thomas and Mrs. Brennan and Renwick and the Holt brothers and Mrs. Farrow and Price and Doyle and Walsh and Ellis and Mrs. Alderton. 40 families came before her and left. She is here. I am here for 1 night more. And I have written it all down. Below the ruled line, where it belongs. Where it will stay. The first bird was a great tit, the 2-note call, repeated from somewhere beyond the field gate at the hollow's south end. Not close, not yet, but there, in the dark, beginning. Then another, answering from a different direction. Then silence. Then the sky, beginning. I rose. I dressed and went out. The hollow in the morning light was, I am going to use the word beautiful, because it is the accurate word, and I am not in the habit of avoiding accuracy. The frost was on everything, each stone in the lane, the walls of the buildings, the gate at the end of the track where the road trails off, the grass of the field at the hollow's south end, every blade individually white, the ivy on the wall of the house where the wren would soon be singing, each leaf edged and veined with frost, the way the leaves were at Ashford crossing on the first morning, so precise it seemed deliberate. The sun was not yet up. The sky to the east was pale gold becoming. And the hollow held it all, contained it, kept it in its small geography, the frost and the light, and the beginning of the day. The Wren. It began before the sun was fully up, a cascade of sound from the ivy on the wall of the adjacent house, entirely disproportionate to the size of the bird producing it. Wrens sing as though the scale of their song can compensate for the scale of their body. There is something almost argumentative about it, an insistence that cannot be ignored. I stopped walking when I heard it. The wren sang for perhaps 5 minutes, a long time for a wren, which is a bird that tends to sing in brief, intense bursts and then move on. This one stayed. It sang with the complete commitment that wrens bring to their singing, which is disproportionate to their size and always slightly surprising. Then it stopped. Then it started again, slightly further away. Then it was gone. I stood in the quiet that followed and felt the morning arriving around the edges of the hollow. I walked the hollow slowly, doing what I should have done the previous afternoon, attending to it not as a survey subject, but simply as itself. The 3 intact buildings in the morning frost, the schoolhouse in the morning light, its shuttered windows, its maintained walls. The cleared gutter along the roofline. The roofless house, its interior open to the pale gold sky, the grass inside still frostwhite at this hour, the crow's old nest in the angle of the remaining walls. And Mrs. Alderton's kitchen window, where a light was already burning, and the shadow of her moved behind the glass, with the purpose of someone beginning a familiar task. I stopped at the schoolhouse again. I do not know why I keep returning to it. I had noted it in the ledger. I had written about it below the ruled line. I had thought about it at supper and in the night, and now here I was again, standing before it in the morning frost. The sign above the door, Wren's Hollow National School, established 1851. I counted back, 1851, 36 years ago. There would have been children here who are now in their 40s, adults, parents themselves, living wherever the families went when the mine closed. Some of them perhaps in the market town to the north, some further, some still in Derbyshire, some not. Do they remember this building? I think they must. The buildings of one's childhood schooling have a particular quality of permanence in the memory, not because they are grand, but because they are the buildings in which the world first became legible. The letters on the board, the sums on the slate, the particular smell of chalk and coal smoke, and many children in a small room. These children carried this hollow with them when they left. Mrs. Alderton carries it still. The building holds both of those things, the gone children and the remaining woman, in its stone, without distinguishing between them. A stone building does not rank its memories, it simply holds. I took out the notebook and added a line below the earlier notes. The schoolhouse in morning frost, the sign still legible. There are children who learned to read in this building who are now my age or older. They took the hollow with them. She kept the building for them, though they will probably never come back. This also seems right. I closed the notebook. I turned and looked back at the hollow. 7 buildings, 2 lamps, 1 woman. The wren somewhere in the ivy, beginning again. I stood there for a while. Then I took out the notebook and wrote. The hollow is beautiful in this light. I do not know how to say this in any official document, and I will not try. But I know it, standing here. There are 40 families who used to live here and do not live here now, and there is 1 woman who stayed, and the hollow is beautiful, and she maintains the schoolhouse, and a wren is singing in the ivy. I will write my report. I will recommend the alignment. I will note the access road and the land conditions and the proximity of the hollow to the proposed station at the south end of the main valley. And I will also know this, that I was here on the morning of the 22nd of November, 1887, and the frost was on the lane, and the sun was coming, and the hollow was what it was. I closed the notebook. The survey took the morning. Access road measurement, land condition assessment, the topography of the hollow itself for the maps. Straightforward work, done carefully, in the cold, clear morning air, with the frost melting slowly where the sun reached it and remaining where it did not. Mrs. Alderton was in her kitchen garden when I passed with the instruments, a small enclosed space behind her house, winter bare now but clearly attended to, the beds dug and turned, the frames stored neatly against the wall. She looked up when I passed. I raised a hand. She nodded and went back to what she was doing. The kitchen garden stopped me, though I did not stop physically. I noted it as I passed and continued. A garden in a hollow in November, the beds prepared for the winter, the soil turned with the specific quality of soil that has been gardened for many years and has had much return to it. Good soil, darker than the surrounding ground, richer. She has been gardening this plot for decades. The soil is the accumulation of that gardening, every year of composted material and the particular attention that a kitchen garden requires, return to the ground year after year. The garden is a slow conversation with the earth. You give it what it needs, and it gives you back what you planted. The hollow for Mrs. Alderton works the same way. She gives it what it needs, the maintenance, the tending, the continued presence. And the hollow gives her back what she planted, the continuity of the place he liked, the daily life that she has made in the space that was theirs. I walked past the kitchen garden and thought about Anne's garden, and what Clara knows about tending things. At noon, I was done. I packed the instruments carefully, the theodolite back in its case, the notebooks in the survey bag, the chains coiled and stored. The work of packing instruments has its own rhythm, the sequence of it, the checking and checking again, the satisfying click of the case latches. I packed the instruments and looked at the hollow one last time in the worklight of midday. The lane, the buildings, the schoolhouse at the north end with its maintained walls and its shuttered windows. The roofless building, its interior frostwhite this morning, now beginning to melt at the edges where the sun reached, the grass inside returning to green by degrees. The hollow at its level. Still standing. I brought the cart round from the barn, settled the horse, loaded the survey bag. Then I went to say goodbye. She came to her door when she heard the cart. She had that quality, that awareness of the sounds of her immediate world, that comes from living alone in a quiet place for a long time. Nothing escaped her notice that entered the acoustic range of the hollow. A cart, a horse, a door. She was at her door before I had finished crossing the lane. She looked at the loaded cart, and at the survey bag, and at me. She held out the parcel, wrapped in cloth, warm in my hands, bread and cheese and the apple. For the road, she said. I took it, thank you, I said, for everything. She looked at me for a moment with the direct, assessing look she had given me on arrival. Did you find what you needed? She said. I thought about this. Not the survey had been brief, and the information straightforward. I thought about the other question underneath that one, the one she was actually asking, because she was a woman who asked the actual question. I thought about the blue jug, and the schoolhouse, and the sentence she said over tea, and what it had opened in me about the garden and Anne, and what it means to keep a place that someone loved. Yes, I said, I think so. She nodded once, with the satisfaction of an answer that is sufficiently honest. Then she stepped back. Safe travel, she said. I climbed up onto the cart. I took the reins. The horse moved forward without being asked. I did not look back until I was at the top of the rise. Then I looked back. The hollow below me in the morning light. The 7 buildings. Mrs. Alderton's kitchen window still lit, though it was full morning now, the kind of woman who keeps a light burning until the natural light makes it unnecessary. The lane, straight and narrow, ending at the field track. The schoolhouse, with its sign I could no longer read at this distance, but which I could see, the words still there in the stone, still holding. And in the ivy, as I watched, a small movement, too small to see clearly at this distance, but a wren, I thought. The wren of Wren's Hollow. Still there. Still singing. That evening, back in Ashford Crossing, Mrs. Brennan had kept my room, I wrote in the ledger. Day 7 of survey. Full survey of Wren's Hollow completed. Access road, usable but unmaintained for approximately 1 mile south of the junction with the main valley road. Condition of land, good, well-drained limestone throughout, no flooding risk. No obstacles to the proposed alignment, which does not route through the hollow directly. Note for report. The hollow could, in theory, be served by a short branch from the proposed main line, with a station near the south end of the main valley. The economics are very unfavorable given current population. However, the access road improvement that would accompany construction of the main line would benefit the hollow regardless. And below, the ruled line. I left Wren's Hollow this morning, and I have been thinking about it all day, through the survey and the drive and supper, and I am thinking about it now. It is not a sad place. I want to say this again because I felt it clearly this morning. The hollow is not sad. It is simply what it has become. A woman lives in it, and tends it with the care of someone who knows that tending is sufficient, that you do not have to restore something to what it was in order to honor what it is. The drive back from the hollow was quiet. I drove through the valley in the early afternoon, the same valley I have been surveying for a week, the same limestone hills, the same stream, the same shelf where the line will run. But I saw it differently today, not because anything had changed, because I had been to the hollow. The hollow showed me something about the valley that the valley, seen from within, does not show. From within the valley, you see the alignment and the gradient and the farmland and the village. You see the working landscape, the landscape in use. From the hollow, which is slightly above and to the east of the main valley, you see the valley's shape. You see it as a whole, the way it narrows to the south, the way the limestone shelf runs along the eastern hillside for exactly the distance the line will need, the way the stream connects north to south like a thread through the whole. The hollow gave me the view. I will note this in the report in some form. Not sentimentally, the report is not a sentimental document, but the access road from the hollow junction to the main valley road passes through a section of high ground from which the full valley is visible, and this is relevant to the survey in a practical sense. It is the point from which the proposed alignment can be assessed as a whole, and I recommend it be noted as a viewing point for the parliamentary inspection. In this way, the hollow will be in the report after all. Not as a cost-effective station location. As the place from which you can see what the survey has found. Her husband kept a notebook too, his own, not the county's, just walked places and wrote them down, out of love for the practice. She has it in a chest upstairs. I am going to think about that for a long time, about what it means to do the work because you love the practice, separately from and in addition to doing the work because it is your profession, about the notebook in the chest, which no one reads, which she keeps, about the garden, about the apple tree, small and sour, about the things we keep, because someone we loved was in them. Wren's Hollow, November 22, 1887. All is well. The lamp. Outside the valley at night, the stream. Everything quiet. The hollow somewhere south, Mrs. Alderton's light extinguished now. Her husband's notebook in the chest upstairs. The hollow holding all of it. The wren. Silence.